Okay. And now we wait, and now it's live. Alright. So now we're actually publicly live, and what I'm going to be doing today is I already have some code, and as you can tell by the title, we are, or well, I am, but you can contribute. Here's the GitHub. I am making a matrix rain in C++. You can see that I've kind of labeled it as just C, but it's mostly C++. Well, it says it's in C, but it's mostly C++. Or so I believe. Anyway, most of the files here are in C++. Or at least they are, but who knows. Either way, these are interchangeable, in all honesty, so yeah. So what I want to do for today is I have a lot of code, and I'd like to explain some of it, but what I want to do is I have most of my things set up, and the thing I'm doing right now is I want to improve memory leaks, right? Because those are real bottlenecks of, the program. So the way everything works is it parses the options, and the options are as follows. There's help, there's wallpaper mode, which I'll show you in a moment. In fact, I can run it, but the code is currently a little broken, so I can't really run it. There's a minimized mode, or like not full screen, so that you can set the width, you can set the height, and you can change the app, and there's a few different apps here. Debug, matrix, which is what I want to make, and there's this test app for a triangle, which does work, and I can show you how it looks, maybe. Actually not sure if I can right now. Well, I could if I run the old matrix, the one that was built previously. Let's do cmake, there you go. Now let's take a look at that, there you go. So this little triangle is what we have here. And there's several things going on, and a few things that I've made to simplify just if I want to create cool effects with this. The first is this little effect, which I don't know if you can see on YouTube, but it's a little post-processing that adds a little bit of ghosting behind, so like a motion blur or whatever. And there's also a little bit of blur in general as a post-processing effect. Let's stop this and let's get to work. What I want to do now is before, right after it parses the options, it creates a new renderer, which pretty much holds everything. It initializes it, which also initializes the app that was specified in the options, if that app is available, right? If it's one of these. Then we get the events here. If we have to quit, we quit, and then we have a frame begin to set up the frame buffers for the post-processing. We do our rendering in loop app. We end the frame to handle, again, the post-processing. And lastly, we swap the buffers to get everything on the screen. And, once this loop is over, we destroy everything. And here's where we have some issues, because with the shader programs, right? If you know, what I'm using here is OpenGL, obviously. And in OpenGL, you have shader programs that have two shaders, for example, the vertex and fragment shader. And the one thing that I'm not doing here is properly destroying these shaders. I'm destroying the program, but not the shaders, or detaching it, which is a little bit wrong. And so what I've done is I've made a new class here in the header file, is a shader program class, which will include the program, private for the vertex and fragment shader, a destroy function, and an initializer, which just creates the program. geocheck is just a error checking function. So now, well, this is the macro for it, but this is the function, and it's just a little geo error checker with a breakpoint as well. So now that I've given you a grasp of how everything's working, we can focus on a few things. First off, I want to move out all of these functions. So look at all of these functions for shaders and shader programs inside of my renderer, and I don't really want my renderer to be all about the shaders, so I want to move everything, right? I want to move everything into shader program, and that way, first off, the renderer won't have its own internal program, which it still does have, which I might just remove entirely here. Might as well do that now. And from that point on, we are just going to return here the shader, a new shader program, which makes this function really pointless, and I might as well just remove it entirely. So that means that now, let's get rid of it. There you go. So now we're no longer creating the shader program in the first place in here, because it has its own constructor. So yeah. Secondary, I want to get rid of all these functions, right? And you can see they're all broken because no longer is program a GLU int. It's now a shader program, and I've changed them in the header file so we can see where all the issues are and everything we need to change. But what I think I want to do, all these are mostly going and calling other functions, right, with the internal program, which we no longer have. So I'll get rid of these two first. Although technically we do want to have, I just want to have these, right? Okay. So the first thing is this one, which takes a constant sign char source, the length, the shader type, and the program. And we're calling this one, which I don't know if we can find where this one is. Obviously it's complaining here, but we can just change this to shader program. There you go. We can change all of these to shader program, by the way, just to make, for now, this easier, even though, yeah, and this one is also, I'm going to get rid of this one. Shader program. Okay. We're also not going to have this. I'm going to keep this, perhaps, or we can even put this as part of the function. So let's do, the shader program class. So let's do I want to move this to the top. It makes more sense. Heck, we can even move this into private because we don't really need to have any interaction with it if we're going to have everything handled in public. So let's do a void use program, and let's define it as geocheck use program, and this is just, that's it, and we can make this a constant. Alright, what else? Let's see. this is an app. You can actually, let's take a look at what an app is. You can kind of see. It's just it just includes these three functions and provides the renderer in case you need to use it. Alright, so let's focus again on transferring all these functions, right? A majority of them just do handling of the errors and also attaching and stuff. So, okay. I don't know where I want to get started with this. Let's just go one by one. So this is where the first one is. And this one is just transforming this source type to that source type, which is a C string, which is just a chart pointer. So I want to have this, right? We're gonna just do this. I want to just copy the definition. I could have copied it from the header file, but it doesn't really matter. So we're gonna have a void load shader, but we're not gonna have the program in here. Okay, so we are taking in the source, the length, and the type. Okay, so that's done, and we can just copy the definition actually, because that's what we need here. Let's do that, and here it's annoyed. Cannot convert const char. It's annoyed because we don't have a function for it yet. Let's define this one as well. In shader, we'll do void load shader, and again we get rid of shader program here. I love it when I hit the wrong button on my keyboard. Okay, we can define this as well. It should no longer be annoyed here, but it still is. Why are you still annoyed? Oh, we are passing a program. We shouldn't be. Okay. Why is it so annoyed about everything? Okay. You can make these constants. Alright, so for this, we're gonna pretty much copy it from renderer and then take a look at it. But this should pretty much work here in shader now. Let's see if this will work. We just need to import these. Okay. Yeah, that definitely does work. So fine, we'll make this a constant too. Yeah, so this all works. Let's go over what it does. I might even comment it. So first it creates the shader to have it. That works. Then what is it doing here? It's loading the source. And then it's compiling the shader. So let's just say compile the shader from source. And here we check for its success, which is did it compile correctly. Now here I have the mistake of really not exiting here properly. I'm not exiting at all, actually. I'm just specifying that the shader wasn't compiled successfully. And to be honest, that's all you need, because there shouldn't be any real problem when the shader doesn't compile properly. So I don't think we need to really worry about that. But yeah, so then we attach the shader to the program, And finally, we just save it. We don't delete it. What the fuck? Copilot. I have Copilot, and it really bothers me sometimes with its stupid comments or suggestions. So I'd like to say that we're just saving the shader for we're just saving the shader. I guess we could say store the shader in the shader program. Okay, we can say that, that's perfect. Okay, what else? We need to link the program, which again is calling this function. And this function is again just linking the program and checking if it's all good. So we can just take the definition, which doesn't really need anything because it's just taking that. So let's go to shader, let's do void link program. Let's separate these a little bit out here. Let's go to the definition, not the definition, yeah, whatever. Okay, and we can just put that in there. I want to put these down here though, because that makes more sense. So we're just checking it. We're checking its status basically. And I don't know why here, out of all places, I decided to use printf. I think that's the only place. No, it's not the only place that I've used printf. I've used it several times. I hate that i3 does this with my IDE, but yeah, because I'm on Linux. We can add const, but yes, it does check it, so that's good. Okay, what else? We linked it. And then there's some other load shaders here. And in particular, these are doing both of the vertex and fragment shader at the same time. Which, for example, this one, for the triangle, you can see I've labeled them, and these are parsed and then loaded individually. And this is what this function is for. As you can see, it doesn't have any type, and it just loads and parses them right here. So let's take this function, and I'd like to label them. So let's say load individual shader types, and let's make one that is parse complete shader, or I don't know how to call it. By the way, I haven't checked. Do we have anyone watching? Probably not. But that's fine, I'm just having fun explaining this. So, right. I guess it's a complete shader program because you have everything in this one. So we can say that. So parse complete shader. Or I can say parse okay, we can say that, that's perfect. And we want to paste it here, let's do that. And again, we want to get rid of that. And we have again this variant as well, and we can just get rid of type here. So they basically are just omitting the type to handle this individually. So again, there's a few of these that actually there's no variant of this which takes in char pointer. It just takes directly from source because that's how the parser works. So we can just directly make this. There you go. We can get rid of that. Okay. And then we can link the program. We don't need to pass anything. Okay, there you go. Here's where we're converting them to C string, although, what are they? They're strings. They're std string, that's why. Okay. And then we're loading them using char pointer. Okay. Damn it, I hate that. Let me run to the, damn it, go to the declaration. Okay. You're really boiling my blood when you do that, you know? Let's change that. There you go. Okay, god damn it. For some reason, my IDE struggles with making functions static, so I have to do it manually every time. Now, the only reason I did this with my clear function here is because I thought maybe I had to not clear the screen for post-processing, for ghosting. I don't have to do that, so I can actually just put this like that. Okay. Does anywhere, damn it, does anywhere have this function mentioned? We can change this to clear all over. It's technically meant to be a private, but because this is a struct and because I don't really want to change it, not that it really matters, but yeah. So what else? Do we have anything else to grab? I think we pretty much got all of these into shader. So we can get rid of the definitions. The signatures for them. That's all of them. Okay. Now there's still a lot of issues, even more now, as you can tell. The first thing is, this is going to be a new shader program. And I want to do now a bit of a different approach. So, dot load, or like this, load shader. These are individual shaders, so let's do that, and then we can do pp final program. Wait, can I do like what is oh, okay, never mind. What was this before here? It was link, wasn't it? Yes, because we're loading both of them Okay, you're very stupid, Copilot. I just changed this above, and you're just being... Now this is ghosting, so I need to change that. Oops, I need to link. And then here we do new one. And there you go, you're catching up. Dot load shader. Finally, we link it. Damn it, what the fuck was that? I hate when I accidentally hit some shortcut and it just makes me go somewhere random. Now we can use the program by going use program. Okay, so it is a little bit annoyed about this. I might have to actually make the either the program to be public, or I need to get uniform location to this. So let's do that. Actually, it'll allow for adding more geocheck to this. So not that it matters, since geocheck is cumulative. So like if this one gets an error and then this one gets an error, it'll show me both errors, kind of. I think, I'm not sure. But we can just add a function for this, right? Because I'd like to move this up here. It just looks more neat to have it that way. And we can say void get uniform location. Okay. And this needs to return a GLU int, actually. I can go into the definition. I'm gonna move this up there as well. And, well, now this needs to go there as well. So let's move these. Is that correct? Yes, okay. And then we can just do geocheck, return. Can I do a return in the geocheck? I don't know if I can. I need to do a GLUint location is equal to that. Well, I completely forgot we actually need what is this take? Damn it. It's a GLchar pointer. Let's take the same thing. Gosh, that file is big as hell. But we're gonna do that, and let's put that here. So that's perfect, and now we can just return location. There you go. And that's just to ensure we check this process. Not that it should. Actually, I don't think this even errors. It should return a -1 location. So you know what? I'm gonna just do this directly without any geocheck. So that was a lot of wasted effort there, but whatever. We'll make this a constant. Everything here is good. This is still mad at me, and that's because I haven't changed it. It's going to take a little bit of effort, but let's do get GL uniform location, this one. GL uniform location. And now this is all good. And now we need to change these as well. And this here is just the processing. So you can tell that it's a little bit, quite a big process, if you will. So there's several things that need to be done for the post-processing to work. One of which is that there's several frame buffers in use, right? And these are as follows. We have these frame buffers. So first one is frame buffer C, frame buffer C's texture MP. This is current, modified, and previous. And then we have their outputs because I don't remember why I did that, but there is a reason for it. Oh yeah, that's for multi-sampling, because yes, these are multi-sampled. And that means that everything is anti-aliased at the end. Even though I don't know if I should have done it for all of them. I might look into that, but not now, since right now it works fine, so if it works, don't touch it. But I did want to refactor this because this is a very wonky approach. So let's do that. And now we don't have any errors. I wonder if we can run this. Well, no, we cannot. And I'll let you know why. Because these create their own shader programs, and these now cannot do anything correctly. So let's go to the include files, the header files, the header files for them. And let's first change the program here to a shader program. And once we change these, right, with the functions here. So first off, this is going to be a new shader program. And we want to do program dot load shader, and then program dot load shader. Okay, well this is annoying because this should be a pointer, and this did not add it complete, and that's why I noticed. And also the fact that this was annoying too. Anyway, so let's do program a link here, which links it and all that, and use program. And that's just to do everything else here. Here we're getting a uniform, and we do have a function for that. So let's do program.get uniform. We have another uniform here, so we can do program get uniform. Did that label it correctly? Yes, it did. Nice. And we can do program dot use program. That's kind of cliche there. Okay, so the debug program should be good. Not the debug program, the debug app. Let's go to Triangle and fix it up as well. So it's pretty much the same. Let's do a new shader program. It has a joint shader, so we just need to do load shader. We can now see that function works. So let's do load shader. And again, it will work. It's just not taking in a type. It's also linking it for us. So we just need to do program use program here, because this was use program before, so that's correct. And I don't know if we have anything else here. We're getting a uniform here. Program get uniform. and we're using the program. Okay, so there you go. For some reason the debug app is more complex, I think. Oh, it's just 2 lines more somehow. We are using the mouse position, that's why. So we can run it, but before we run it, I want to do what the whole point of this was, which is to resolve the memory leaks, right? Let's get everything closed up. And we're going to go to the destroy function, which is massive. We want to delete everything. And I've labeled everything here, so we're deleting the frame buffers. That's all I've labeled. And what else? Here we're destroying the final program. Actually, I did actually change these already. Except I didn't change them here, did I? Let's see. Is this not deleting its own program? That is really inappropriate. Let's do program destroy. I mean, just copy that straight into triangle here. It is doing everything else though. And now for destroy. I don't know if I ever specified what destroy is. Do we have a definition for it? No, we don't. So first off, we need to detach it. So let's detach them. Let's do delete the shaders. And finally delete the program. So thank you, Copilot. You pretty much did my work, and that's pretty much what I wanted to do. Make that a constant. So everything now should be good, and we can run this hopefully. Let's hope that it all works fine. It would be a miracle if it actually does. And it actually does. Okay. It does look a little bit odd. It's a little choppy there. Okay, let's see if I stop it. We shouldn't get any errors. But now, hopefully, we have less memory leaks. So I'm gonna just say here, fix up. Let's not call it fix up. I'm gonna say implement new shader program class for better shader program management. There you go. So now you can actually get rid of that. It's obvious that it's a shader program. And they're really just interchangeable, so there you go. So we now have that. Let's commit it. Okay, so now I want to get started with the actual live wallpaper. Now, the reason it's a live wallpaper is really fascinating. It's set up to be in the background. And it only works on Linux now, but I might make it work on Windows, so we'll see. I do have experience with making live wallpapers on Windows, or at least making it sort of, display it as a live background, or just a window being at the background in Windows. I've tested that before. But it never got anywhere because, yeah. So now that we're more experienced with shader programs, let's get a few other things fixed before I get started, because I want to make sure that everything is nice and set up before we get to the complex matrix thing, which will require a lot of other things to be done. But let's see. I want to fix a little problem that I noticed when running this, because it does work on Windows. When running it on Windows, and just in general, on different computers, it has an issue with this ghosting effect. So the only issue is the post-processing happens every frame, and it swaps the, I'll show you, but I'm gonna call this I'm gonna make a new branch fix frame buffers, or I might just make a new branch. I don't know why I closed it. Experimental, or just develop branch. Let's make a develop branch instead. And since it's from improve memory leaks, I guess we can keep memory leaks. Anyway, we're checked out and developed. Let's now take a look at this. So the way the these frame buffers work. Let's close everything again, and let's go to frame end. We can also go to frame begin, which is just switching to the current frame buffer. Then it's rendering to it, and the first thing we do is ghosting. So what does ghosting do? We first off, we sample the frame buffers, which just does this, and we sample this previous one, right, the previous frame, and we blend them together to create the ghosting effect. You can take a look at that shader program if you want in the source code. I'm not gonna show it here, but yeah. So what we want to focus on is the fact that over here it is swapping the previous and current frame buffers. In fact, it's swapping everything here. It takes quite a lot of effort to swap them, but yeah. Thankfully they're all GLU int, so we have just one temp variable, and we're just going back and forth between saving P, setting P to C, and then setting C to temp. So it's pretty much doing the same thing here all over again 3 times. I can even split this up a little bit, so you can see it's doing it for each of the things. Anyway, so what I want to do is that it's doing this every frame, but the frame rate is different, and that kind of messes up the way the ghosting works. So what I want to do is instead kind of only swap them every a consistent amount of frames or a consistent amount of time. So we can use the clock that we have here, which is the clock CPP in the header file as well. And there's 2 things that I want to focus on here. So we usually have this, which is a delta time that it calculates, but I want to add a new little last time here, and I want to say a sort of post-processing kind of thing to keep post-processing consistent. I don't know what to name it though. We can say this is the biggest dilemma of programming, is naming your variables. I guess we can say it last frame buffer swap, and in this case it's really just the CNP, because here we're doing more swapping when handling the post-processing, because we're doing one post-processing, but then I'm handling another one. So for example, blur here, and for that reason, after each post-processing where our result is in M, we are swapping M and C, which again I can kind of do that there. So Yeah, so that was a little bit complex, but what I'm gonna do is just say last frame buffer swap, and we can also say we can just say a float of frame time. Frame time? I don't know. We can say frame swap delta time. And this is not a function, but because we have calculate delta time, we can just say that this is a unified function. So let's do the following. We're gonna say, well, we're gonna say a few things, but first off, we need to do pretty much this thing. I'm using boost Cherno. Is that Cherno? I'm gonna say Cherno. Anyway, so it's not gonna be delta time, it's gonna be frame swap delta time. And then we're gonna say this frame like this. Okay. And we could make a little function to reset this. I suppose we can say like reset frame swap time, and this will just do frame swap data time is now. Oh, this is a float. That's a little bit of a problem. Well, that's not actually what it's gonna be. It's gonna be last frame buffer swap. There you go. Because that's what we should be using over here. That's a good idea. Wait a moment. Did I really? Okay, hold on. That's a little bit problematic. Let's call that time as well. Okay, this is a little bit confusing. Let's also rename this to last frame swap time, and then this is frame swap delta. Okay, that works. That works. Let's see now. We're gonna do that here. All right, perfect. Okay. Now we can go to over here, and there's a few things we're gonna do. First off, we're gonna check our clock. So we're gonna say clock, and then the frame swap delta time, if it's larger than or equal to, and we can just say a constant here, and we can give it a const of like, let's say frame swap. I don't know. And here we need to make sure to do clock dot. It's not a dot, but whatever. It changes it automatically. Okay, let's define these. We can just say, wait. Let's go to the render. Let's see if we can just define it here. There we go. So let's do define as something like that. And that should work fine, I think. We're about to find out. Bloody hell. Okay. Oh, alright. It is working, but we can't see anything because I'm running the Matrix app. Let's run the triangle, which does have this effect, and wow, okay. So this effect is much nicer looking now. Well, it is a little bit jittery, but that's also fine. We can just say that that's a feature and call it a day. Right. We can also increase the blur effect, and we can do a lot of things with everything here. But yeah, this is fine, I think, and the fact that it works is just gonna be okay. We could make this do more blurring. I'm not sure if we can, to be honest. Can also run this debug app, and you can see it's just a little cube that has both of the effects running, the post-processing effects. So yeah, it's both blurred, and you can see that it does this like fading because of the blur, and it also has the ghosting, which is very apparent here because we can move it around quickly with our mouse. And that's really why it has 2 lines of code extra. And then the triangle. Anyway, now that we've done that, let's commit this as a change. And what we changed is we just added frame swap timings, because that does make sense. I don't know. Anyway, let's go ahead and now begin our journey with our matrix. So we're still in develop, that's good. What I want to do now is a few things. So font, is it font face? No, what was it? What was the C++, was it font type? Damn it, I misspelled one letter. Okay, I am correct. It should be this, right? Okay, well, let me just search C++ font library. And I don't wanna, okay, this is the one, the free type project. So this project is used by a lot of things. And I've taken a look at its documentation for like a little bit. And it is not too hard to set up. Let's see, was it in tutorial? Yes, okay. Let's start with that then. Okay, so first we want to include it, so it's free type 2. Let's do that. I am using CMake, so we're going to go to the CMake list file, which is quite complex. Let's do free type in here. Oh, okay, interesting. Do I have free type 1? Okay, interesting. I do remember that I had it for another project, so let me... Can I run a sec? Okay, wait, I'm gonna just do... this one. And there it is, free type. It's just capital letter for some reason. Now that project is an actual GitHub that I may or may not have copied from just a little bit. Can I do free type 2 still? No, but we can do free type. That is no issues. And we can, yeah, we can just do that. Thank you, Copilot. Copilot is useful, just sometimes. Right, so the reason we want free type, let me just explain that, is we obviously need to load a font, including our letters. And the font I want is, let's see, I should have it in my directory ppg matrix. It's not in ppg, it's in ppl. Okay, it's not in ppl. Where the hell would I have put it? It's not in slash, that's probably why. Okay. There it is, matrix, and we should have it in here. There it is. It's not that one. Is it that one? I don't know. Are these the same? Hold on, let me do dash L. Like, so they are different, so I want this one, which is that thing. I will just do that, and we'll copy it over to ppg. Actually, don't have it in there. It's in cline projects matrix. We can do assets / fonts, but we don't have that folder yet. So let's do. I can just go in here and make the folder real quick. Fonts. There you go, and then we should now have that file in there. Nice. So that's our font, and that's the font that I want to use. Can't really open it in here, but it does, in fact, do a good job. Now, you can see here that it is a font, obviously. I'm sorry, I'm not making any sense. What I wanted to say is, here is it's in English, but what I'm actually, the reason I like this font for my matrix is because it has really nice characters, like these characters, which I don't know if they're Chinese. These are some of these are definitely like Japanese. I don't really know. I don't understand these really well, but they do wondrous for, you guessed it, a Matrix rain, making it look straight out of the Matrix movie. So this is why I want to use this font. It has all these characters and they look beautiful, including the English characters, but we're not going to use any of the English characters because, you know, it's nicer to have a Matrix rain that you cannot understand any character from it. You know, it looks more appealing, I guess. Either way, what we want to do now, we have included it, and now we need to include this header file. Now, I have no idea where this header file is. We probably need to download it. Let's go here. And I might need to, I might need to download. Where do you get this file from? Yeah, I can just find it. Let's do sudo find this, and let's see where it is. There it is. We do have it. Actually, I'm such an idiot. We can just include it. We don't need to add it in our include directory. Silly me. Right, let's handle this. I might just make another source file for it. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Don't worry, I'm gonna make that file in just a moment. But let's make a header file as well. Okay, did not add anything, that's good. Because it adds the header file, but I have my include directories set up, so it doesn't need to fucking do that, but it does it anyway. So thank you, IDE, for wasting my time. But I like to order them anyway, so. Righteous. Let's continue. So we have this. We can include it obviously in here. Stop adding that. I don't get why you're adding that. Let's go in here. I swear I just removed that. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Anyway, where was I? Let's include the free type to... Yeah, that's fine. Free type 2, but we want F2 build. There you go. Okay. There we go. And then, I guess we do that. Sure. Oops. It lagged, and I was like, let me just paste it again, just to make sure. Okay. So this is a macro. And it will just do some magic. I don't know. They have it figured out, so I'm not gonna question it. They also have some other macros here, and it just makes the underlying header files, because they don't have really the best names, so these macros are just for that, really. Anyway, so we can now initialize it, which is, we're just having FT library like this. Now I want to make some functions here, but I don't know. Let's see. I guess since this is a header file, we can just put that there. But for the rest, we're gonna need to put it in here. Although I guess we are gonna have a function init fonts, and then we're gonna go to the declaration, right? Right, so we just call ft_init free type. Oh, thank you. I just call palette handle it, and we can just do that. Cool. Now, we don't really need to initialize fonts. If we're not going to use fonts, right? So I'm not sure if I should or not. Okay, what? Why is that two spaces, by the way? Okay. Definition of global variable FT libraries in a header file. Well, we could just put it in the font file then. Well, I'm just defining it. Okay, I don't get why it's so salty about that. But anyway. Well, in that case, let's do library is equal to no pointer. Okay, I cannot do that either. Can I set it to no pointer here? Does that work? Because it is a pointer, by the way. So, wait, is it a pointer? It should be. Yeah, it is a pointer. Okay, well, that should do it. And now we can load a font. Now it gives you a few scenarios here for how to load a font, and the way that we want to do it is from memory. And the reason for that is that I am putting everything into a single binary. Right here, I'm embedding everything using H files. These files here. And we want to include the header file, not the header file, the font file, the exact same way. So let's do the header, the font file, damn it. Also, I want to separate these. They're different types. Anyway, don't you dare. ran it. Let's do fonts, and we only have one font. It's this one. And we can just say font, and we can say, oh, I can just call it matrix font or something. We can say matrix font, and I'm gonna say matrix font. Obviously this is the data itself for the font, not the font itself. Okay. Alright, let's load it then. And what we want to do is actually do this in the respective app. So in Matrix, in the setup, we'll say, what the hell did I call this function? Init fonts. Can include that, and then what else? Let's see. I kind of want to know. Right, I kind of want to know what so again, we have the same error handling here. Honestly, I could make a macro for that. Let's see. Although I guess it is specific. I do know that these errors can be recognized. I could potentially write them down in a macro function, like the geo errors, which to be honest is just geo error, but whatever. You can rename this to errors, include this in there. I'd like to have this show me the errors, so I'm gonna say, yeah, that works better. And why is this mad about it? Oh, okay, constant. Alright. Well, we're gonna make this, I guess. What I want to know is, are we ever clearing this data? So I can make a little constructor of it or something. Interesting. What is it using here? Is it making like a little bitmap? Interesting. You know what? Since we're living in the age of AI, let me just ask Copilot. And what I want to ask Copilot is, do we need to delete anything from free type here? That's what it is, right? Free type. I keep forgetting what it is. So let's ask Copilot, does free type does it require any destroying, I guess, deletion or destroy as part of the you know. Okay, yes, free type, it requires cleanup to release resources when they're no longer needed. You should co-ft down free type to destroy the free type library instance. You can add cleanup. Okay. But the question is, what about if I have loaded a face? Which is funny, but that's what they call it. Let me go up here to to solution B. Well, they're both the same, but there you go, FT face. Let's see what it's going to say about that. If you've loaded a font using FT face, you need to clean up that as well. You can do this by calling FT face done for each FT face you've created. Okay, so wait, is it just a function? Yeah, okay. Oh, that's not too bad. And I want to do a few things. So this is fine, but what I want to do is destroy fonts. I'm gonna, well, I need to make this here first. And I'm gonna actually put this into the renderer. And the reason I want to do that is to just simplify things. Because I don't know if Copilot. I don't know if Copilot did this properly. Did you check for library? You did. Okay, that's good then. This is good. But we are gonna need to also do the fonts themselves. But I'm gonna do that in this destroy, because this is gonna be the thing loading the font itself. But we are also gonna need a call here init fonts. To let it know that we want to use the fonts, right? That we have fonts to load. So after that, we just want to do this, which is just new memory face. I love these function names. Interesting standard. Anyway, we're gonna just do the same thing that we have here, except I will do a FT face load font, and I don't want this. Copilot is usually the dumbest thing ever. I don't want to go here either. We need to go to shader H, and I want to just copy the same thing, this thing, to the font H, right? This thing. So it even tried to add size. Like, this is the length of it. Let's make this now, and we are gonna say first we need the error for it. So let's do. I'm gonna just copy the same thing. We're gonna call this right here. Does that work? Should work. Let's say source, length, and face, which we're gonna do ft face and return face. Okay, so if that all works out, and look at this, we don't even need to do any casting. This all just works. So that's lovely. Can format this a little bit. I can keep these on the same line. Okay. Yeah, do your magic. Okay. Also, I totally forgot to say I'm a little sick. But anyway. So. That's what I meant by being sick. Let's make that a constant. So we have load font now, and if we go to matrix here, I can say font is equal to load font, and here we need to say matrix font length, and we need to include matrix font H, which maybe it's not generated yet? What was my shortcut? Wait. We should have it. Matrix font. Oh, we need to do matrix font. Where size of matrix font. There you go. So that works. And the only reason this works is I believe the oh gosh. Well, this isn't good. Look at my RAM usage. It is not happy. Oh my gosh. Okay, I have no idea what my IDE just did. But it definitely screwed up just now. Anyway, so that's good. I don't know what it did. But anyway. Now font, we want to make this be a part of our matrix as a private variable. So we'll say font, and this is a ft face, right? And we can include that. I'm gonna go into matrix now and destroy, say ft done face font. That should be all good. Yeah, okay, interesting. Copilot did it really unnecessarily with a whole ass function, but I'm just putting it in my destroy here. Okay. What the hell? Okay. Alright, so once we have our face loaded, I wonder if this all works. Let's test it. It should work, but it doesn't hurt to run it and see. So let's see if it'll all work. Nope, it didn't. Interesting. These are all unidentified references. Okay. Okay. That's pretty much all of the FT things. Now this is right, FT2 build retype. Do we have retype 2H? No, it's just retype 2. Okay. Huh, this is really confusing. Did I I probably didn't include it, did I? For something? Oh, I need to include it here, my bad. Okay, so that might have been my only mistake, just my my CMake wasn't properly, or just not fully set up. Alright, hold on a moment. Alright. Alright, cool. We've been streaming for an hour. Interesting. Anyway, so this is working now. Let me quit my terminal. And we can say that this works. So it's loading the font, hopefully. How much? I wonder how much memory it's using. Can I? Okay. I really cannot say. It's probably not using much, considering, yeah. So, alright. Now, what else do we need to do? Well, now that we have our font loaded, we want to use it, right? But I honestly am not too sure how how any of that works. That's pretty much how far I read into this before. So not, I don't have any of the, I don't have the faith. Oh gosh, I don't have even a little idea of how it works. So let's ask Copilot to speed things up, because I don't want to waste my time with fonts here. I want to make a nice little matrix ray. Now Copilot does give some very bad code, but I just want to see what is the general process of getting this font onto the as a texture, right? Because we want a geotexture, I do believe. I'm not sure if they're in any way able to. Well, we're gonna figure it out. Let's ask Copilot. Let's say how let's ask it how to pass it to an OpenGL shader. Okay, so let's see what it gives me. Oh gosh, it made a whole function for interesting. So it's pretty much it's doing load character. Load the glyph for the character. Why are you doing one character? Not one character, no thank you. Not one character, but I do want it to be a select range of characters. So I'm gonna say okay, there you go. To render a string of... Gosh damn it, it didn't understand me at all. Let me copy this and delete it. Let's say not one character, but not all if possible. I want a string of all the characters. That doesn't make sense, but anyway. This isn't... like that, and let's see what it's gonna give me for that. It's pretty much the same thing, but whatever. I don't want it to make one... I mean, it's technically gonna make one texture with all the characters, but I wanted to properly think of it as an atlas. There you go, an atlas. I did not think it would actually name a variable atlas, but okay. It is technically an atlas for the characters. I deleted the previous message. I was going to look at what it gave for the previous message. But anyway. Okay. So, Where the hell did you put my characters? It didn't put them anywhere, did it? Oh, it's taking them in as the function parameter. Let me give it more space. Okay, so it is going through all the characters. It's loading each of the characters. Very interesting. It's then getting a bitmap of it. It's pushing it into bitmaps, which is a vector of bitmaps. So it's a list pretty much. And then it's also updating the width and the max height. They should all be the same height in all honesty. But now, sorry, what? It's doing max atlas height and then bitmap roles. Okay. Interesting. Well, alright. Then it's creating a texture atlas, which is a GL texture here. It's just making a simple texture. It allocates memory, which seems to be like 8, it seems. I don't know. Like, this is, yeah, okay. It gives it a few bytes here. This is the variable name here. Okay, so alright. And then it copies the bitmaps to the texture atlas. Interesting. And then it puts them into AGL texture. Okay, so you know what, I'm honestly pretty okay with this function. I would say that the process of it's handling several arrays here, or vectors. And so it's handling 2 of them, as you can see here. And then it's also handling the bitmap in here. But now I was just thinking there must be a better way to do this, but anyway, for now we'll work with this, and I'll just put it into the fonts. Fonts CPP right here. So let's do this. And it seems like there is one issue. Invert conflicting substitution. Int and unsigned. Unsigned int? So this needs to be a new int. Or an unsigned int. Does that work? Wait, what? Oh, it does. Okay, cool. And I guess it's fine with that, so we can just make that one change. Okay. And I'm gonna just make sure to ask it. You're not giving the error here. Okay, so that's one issue that I don't like. I would like to know the error here. So let's take note of it. There you go. So that's one little fix. And I'm gonna just make sure to ask it. Let's make sure that it knows I've made some changes. Not that, why are you giving me instructions how to put it in the shader? All I asked you was how to make the fucking, how to make the thing. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Let's oh, here are the ring characters. It actually did include them. Anyway, these are obviously not the ring characters, by the way, I just gave it an example. So chill. I will grab them from the other matrix. We can nano PPL matrix, not, is PPL, yes, PPL matrix. And then matrix W. And it's over here. I'm not sure how much of this, as you can see, it's all like, you know, those characters that, I don't know if they'll even appear in my editor, in all honesty. I guess I can put them somewhere. I can put them in here. Define matrix characters, and I will put them in double quotes. So that is not readable, but oh, we need to escape this. Okay. What the hell? Unknown derivative, define. Okay, am I tripping? Isn't that how you do it? Oh, it's lowercase. Oh, gosh. Okay, fine. That totally skimmed over me. Obviously it's lowercase. I don't know why I decided to uppercase it. But this is working, sort of. Obviously you cannot read any of these, but we can search for them. If I do search it, it will show up. And this is Japanese. But who knows? Again, I'm no expert. It's very cool that my entire system does not support these, so you can't see them in the editor. I almost did not quit my editor. My terminal there. Okay, let's focus on. First off, I want to ask Copilot here about the character here. Because it is loading it. Wait, is it loading it? How are you loading it exactly? Interesting. So, you know what I'm gonna do is, the thing I like to do is make the AI try to correct itself. So let's see. Find all the issues, and we give it the illusion that there's some issues, just so it focuses on everything. Find all the issues of this function. Okay, let's see. So first off, yeah, no, that's on purpose. The unsigned integer is on purpose. Error handling: the function does not handle the case where load character fails for all characters, resulting in empty. Well, that is one of the things it does continue, which is interesting. But in all, being honest, that we are getting a printout of the error, and it's continuing gracefully. So that's it should continue gracefully, but hopefully. The function does not check if GLGen textures or bind. Well, we do have a function for that. Memory allocation: the function does not handle the case where analyze data allocation fails. Honestly, I don't know if anyone handles memory allocation, but you know, whatever. In the best case scenario, we get a segmentation fault, and that's not a big deal. I think it's a segmentation fault. Not sure, but whatever. It should still error in some way and probably just crash the program. And in most cases, you will have enough memory. This doesn't use a lot of memory. Either way, let's focus on the rest of this. Texture parameters. The function does not set the texture parameters for which might be necessary. We are not using 3D, thank you. And again, we should have GL checking, but I will handle that in just a bit. So that's not what concerns me. Those do not concern me. Let's make sure there's no data leaks here. That's what I want to make sure. There's no explicit data leaks. Okay. Resource management could be improved. Texture deletion. If an error occurs after the texture was generated, the texture should be deleted. Error handling. Well, we do have error handling. Don't worry about it. I need to do that now manually. Let's do geocheck on all these, which will take a while, but what can I say? I usually do it like this. I don't know if there's a better way to do it, honestly. Oops. Okay. Do we have any other functions here? We do have this one. Okay, there you go. And this one as well. I don't know why you're binding it. Oh, you're unbinding it. Okay. Alright, smartass. Right, after we've created this, now we need to use it, obviously. What is it complaining about here? Narrowing conversion from... we can just make both of these unsigned ints. Should I... What is it that it's complaining about? Wait. Base declared with a const qualifier type def results in the... I'm confused. Do you not want me to make this a constant? And then it wants me to make this a constant. Boy, do I love that. You know what? I'm gonna leave it at that. And this is also a uint. There's really no reason for these to be signed because they should never be negative. This should never be negative. There's no way you'd have an inside-out bitmap, obviously. So yeah, that's a little mistake on the Copilot, but I'll forgive it because I can fix that myself. It's one letter. Okay, in Matrix, let's do our atlas for this. So let's do matrix rain texture atlas like this. Okay, these are both red. And that's because Copilot has no idea what these functions are called. Oh, it does, but it's not in the header file, is it? Let me... Okay. My editor isn't helping either. That's very nice of it. we can also get rid of these in here, as they are gonna be a part of the thing, part of the header. So let's go back to here. Okay, there we go. Now this is gonna be a GL uint matrix range texture atlas, and we need to make sure to destroy it here. So let's do GL again. We have a GL check function, but for some reason nobody cares about it, at least not Copilot. Let's include the macro. Okay, there you go. So that's good. We now have our texture atlas. Let's see if all of this will run. But I also want to ask Copilot, how does it expect me to make this function? How am I supposed to get my glyph coordinates from this, from the atlas itself? Right, because it hasn't really, it's just making the texture, right? It doesn't even really specify what size it is, in all honesty. Okay, well, let's just talk to ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, Copilot, damn it. It is ChatGPT, but it's Copilot, whatever. What I want to know is, and let's include font CPP and matrix CPP. And I want to tell it something. How am I supposed to use am I supposed to get the coordinates right? The indexes, or whatever. Okay. To get the location of your characters within the texture, you need to store the position and sizes of each character. That's obvious. And you can modify this to return this information. Okay, so we're making it into a pair. Interesting. Okay, so I made a character input, but you do know that we need to pass this over to the shader at some point. And I do want to include this data in the shader itself, like as a uniform. So we can just index it in our vertex data. And that way we can have like all our characters in one vertex data, because I'm not gonna do any fancy instancing things. And we can always change their position in our loop. Another thing that always changes about these characters is their color is dependent on a global color, so that's a uniform. And they should have one offset on them, so that's that. And they are sometimes sparkled. And they have a different character each time, so we can actually just make the index of the characters on, we can put this as a uniform, and then give it a random character each time. It's constantly changing. And I can show you this. I can show you how it looks. This is gonna ruin the bitrate. But we can go to PPL matrix, and then I need to do source, and then do that. So you can see, I don't know if you can see, can you see? Yes, okay. And you can see that it's currently loading in all of the characters. It's pre-rendering all the colors, which is why I hate this. But you can see it's doing this, and this is what I'm trying to recreate. I'm sorry I didn't give you a reference earlier, but this is what I'm recreating. And these sparkles are just these white ones. Anyway, enough epilepsy for today. Let's go back and see what I want to do for this. So here we're getting an unordered map of char character info. So it's recording which char is what character. But that's not important to us. So let's let it know that that's not important to us, because obviously it's trying to do its best to handle the most information, but we don't need that information. So unordered map is not what I need. Okay, yeah, that's good. Alright, but for now, I'm gonna go take a little break, and I'll be right back. Alrighties, one water break later, and that's right. So, okay. So, what we want to do is, let's see. So I did ask Copilot here to tell me without having the character, right? So it's just doing a vector of character info. Okay, alright, so that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Let's put this in the header file, however. So I don't get why these are like this when this looks much nicer. I guess I wanted to do X and then the width and then, but that still doesn't make sense. Anyway, hold on. Alright, so I like this better, and now we are gonna make it return this, which is a pair. And we can put that in here. And we can go in, we can change the type, the return type, and we now need to allocate it first. Let's allocate it. What else did it change? It was just doing this. Alright. Alright, that's all errors. Beautiful. What is it annoyed about? Ah, I see. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. This is uint. And then this is complaining because it's because height is of type ftint, which, okay, interesting. Well, first off, Atlas with roles top, again, this I would like to put over here. Thank you. So the x offset, the y offset, the width, and the height. And the reason it's annoyed is because of this. Honestly, I'm not sure what to say about that. It's an ftint. What is an ftint? It's a signed int. Why would it be a signed int? And I'm gonna just make this a uint in this case, to be honest. Use a static cast. Alright. Let's make this a little nicer. Because now it got massive due to this little cast thing. Alright, let's format this and then let's go to matrix. Because now this is acting, okay, never mind. It is now not liking this. So let's see. I'm not exactly sure what std pair is. Let's see. But this is of type like this, right? It's this type. What I do want to do really is, can I pass this later to my shader? Because if I cannot pass it to my shader, then what's the point of having it as a vector? Other than being easy to push to it. Okay, I'm gonna work with this. We're gonna go ahead and say character offsets. Can I just do this? Oh, I can. Okay. Let's then do character offsets, and this is gonna be std vector character info. Character. Damn it, you, okay. What did you do? I swear this editor is getting more laggy the more I use it. Okay. There we go. Now, that should be fine, I think. Okay, never mind, that doesn't work. Let's, oh, right, we need to unpack it. Let's unpack it then. I'll just do this. Okay, that works. Oh, okay, well this is annoying. Oh, and I cannot, okay. There you go. Oh well, that's a little annoying, but it's fine. Alright, now I want to do a few other things. So we need to also initialize our shader. So let's call this handle font initialization, right? Okay. And then handle program initialization, where we want to make a program, new shader program. I'm not gonna load a basic shader program because yeah, I don't really know how to handle this nicely, because there's two things that are bothering me. First is in the vertex shader, or not in the vertex shader, but in the vertex data, we need to specify where every little, vertex is located. Or I'm wondering if there's any way to instead just, I don't know. Okay, well, let's first specify our program, which is a shader program. Like that, and then we also need to make sure to do program destroy here. Why are you so annoyed about this? Stop being red. Okay. Oh, and again, this needs to be a pointer. I should really specify it as a pointer, but whatever. Okay, I want to ask a few other things, because I wonder, and this is a part of, I want to actually go talk to Copilot now. Not Copilot, but ChatGPT. Because I actually had a chat with it about how I want to plan this out. And where is it? There it is. Should be this one. And I pretty much gave it everything in here. It basically just summarized what I wanted. Where is it? This is the original one. Okay, never mind. This is the old one. I think this is the one. Okay. So there it is. So here's the plan, right? We have a position, we have a color offset. The uniform is our the texture for the glyph, so the atlas, the glyph itself, so the positions, the width and the height. the character info, and then our I did tell it that I don't want to really do this, so we're gonna just pick a random index from this to get a random character. I did include this, but like I told it that is my choice, but whatever. What else? There's a few things here I asked it, which is one of the things I'm worried about, is the size of the characters, because in fonts usually they have different sizes. Not in particular the height, but if you take a look, this underscore here is long and this dot is small, right? It's little short dot in the width, right? Well, this is longer in width, so that is my concern here. And I did tell it that concern, and I was like, I can either make them squared or handle it somehow in the vertex shader. Now here in the vertex shader, I mean, it did give me both of these options, but what it says is that it does often have different sizes, right? Unless it's a mono font. Use the width and height from the glyph matrix to scale each quad individually, dynamically, right? It doesn't actually give me how I would go about this. The other thing is to scale all of them as squares, which I don't think would distort them, since what I really meant is that if I have an underscore, right, it's long, and then the dot, instead of the dot being this little thingy, right, instead I would be like, add some padding to it, and now the dot would become like this, right? So then it would be the same size as this one. They would all be the same rough size, right? They would all be squares. So I don't have to worry about their size. I already designed this, right? So let's continue with this chat here. More particularly, I want to talk about it, about the issue, which is that I want to, first off, I don't want to really include I don't want to include 4 vertices for each of the for each quad, right? It's because not only that, but if I'm having to include a vertex, 4 vertices for each quad, then I need the indexes. How do I do it in triangle? Right, so we have this. You can see that I have the positions, right? And then they have some colors, because each vertex can have extra information on it. But the thing about this approach is that if I want to include my color offset, my, is it shiny, is it like a white character or not, and that stuff, and just have one position for it. But if I have 4 vertices, then I need to change this position roughly a little bit for each vertex, and then include the same data for each vertex, which is very stupid. But I don't know if there's any other way, so I'm wondering, can we have 1 vertex for each character on the screen? And in this case, this is 1 vertex, right? But they have a different amount of data. So in the matrix, it would be like this amount of data, perhaps. So let me ask if I can do that. So the first thing I want to know is, can a shader even handle vertices in this way, where instead of giving it the information on how to draw a quad. I want to give it information on where to place a character. You know? So instead of drawing triangles, I want to tell it, hey, this is the top position of my triangle. Now, well, it's not a triangle. I want it to make a quad from that position and put whatever character it decides on there. So, with that info, let's try and think about that here with the ChatGPT. So, first, let's give it some information about our already set up things. So, I want to tell it that first off we have this struct. So we're going to give it this character info struct and let it know that we have the character info like this, right? I'm actually going to give it this so that it knows what I'm talking about. Alright. I'm sorry. And the other thing I want to let it know is my concern, which is, you know, how can we do it with just one vertex? Okay, so that's my concern, that's my code that I have for now. So yes, you can absolutely pass one vertex per character. So this is interesting. I'm definitely sure that it's possible, but I have no idea how to implement it. Because, you know, usually the vertex shader handles, I mean, it does kind of just manipulate the vertices, so at the end, I guess you can make it do extra things, like make more vertices, like make the quad and stuff. So this approach obviously minimizes the amount of vertex data that we need to send, because instead of having to send like, for example, like 4 vertices for like one character, we can just send this, and this will be our one character. And we want to minimize the amount of data to the GPU, because that's always the main thing you want to focus on, because the traffic to the GPU is always, you know, you have to limit it in order to improve performance. And since we are gonna render like at least 1,000-ish characters on the screen, we want to make sure that we're not sending too much data to the GPU. Anyway, so using a single vertex per character, instead of sending one vertex sending 4 vertices, so that's what I said. The position of one corner, for example, the top right, additional data to help construct, so the glyph dimensions. This is something we will receive inside the shader, right? Okay, so here it is actually giving me some information. Now, I already told you that I want a random fucking glyph, but it's not really doing that for some reason. Anyway, let's see what the vertex shader is doing now. It's creating a quad, or it has a quad offset here. Glyph data, receive glyph data from the matrix. Glyph texture, which in this case we just want to pass this, I'm pretty sure, to the oh, oops, sorry, to the fragment shader. Okay, geo position. Map to screen space if necessary. Okay. Alright, but okay, I'm still a little confused, right? Um, I have a feeling that it's making up that this is possible because I don't see how it's doing quad offsets, base position plus offset times glyph size. And what is glyph size? A ZW. Glyph data ZW. Okay. I think that's the like width of it. I'm honestly so lost. Help. I should probably get something started so we can test these, but so first off, I want to make sure to let it know that we absolutely will always have a random letter. I cannot spell. There you go. Is shader seriously an unknown word here? And shader is like, I don't know, that's weird. Anyway. Excuse me. So we don't need to pass it, right? So we don't need to pass it. Additionally, the size of right, the screen size and stuff. Do we need a projection or anything? And to me, I don't know, honestly. To be honest, right? I don't think we do. It's always gonna be from -1 to 1 on the screen. Anyway, let's create our shader program here real quick. We should have one already. We don't. Okay. Let's make a new shader program matrix. And I'm gonna just copy this real quick for just the this random function here. Okay. Let's get rid of everything here, because we're not gonna have anything in here yet. But we are gonna have a few uniforms. So the first uniform is gonna be our atlas. So let's go atlas here. And what else do we have? We have our glyph matrix. And this is gonna be atlas buffer. think that's good, right? Well, we'll say it's good. And then we're gonna have a few things. We're gonna have the color offset. So we're gonna have a color offset, and I want this to be just a float. Just a float, and we're gonna have the position be just a vector 2. Although technically it's gonna be a vector, but that's not a big deal. And second is we're gonna have a int. I think we cannot do boolean. Oh, we can do boolean. In that case, then this will be if it's a sparkle or not. So sparkle, but I'm gonna just call it a spark. I don't know what it's called in the original. Let's nano it and let's see. I'm pretty sure it is called a spark. Yep, it is called a spark. Because it's kind of a little white character, and they're more rare, if you will. We've been streaming for 2 hours. Wow. Alright, anyway, so obviously it is a little vague, but we already have our texture or our font loaded, and we just need to get started in the matrix. So what I want to focus on, let's see. For now, let's just return a vec4 here. And there's no shifted color. I don't want to get any errors, that's why I am just returning random stuff. But we do have, let's see, atlas buffer. I don't really know if we should have a projection matrix here. Maybe we should, in all honesty. Okay, so we will absolutely pick a random character from the matrix within the shader for every frame, so we don't need to pass it as an index inside the vertex data. So we do want to do a random function, which it's not really picking up for some reason, but yeah. Like I told it at least 2 times, it's not picked it up. Okay, let's give it that. I should have also told it my name changes, or name standards, if you will. But I will just send it the code later with changes, and it will catch on, hopefully. The size of the texture atlas, but I don't know why you need the size of the texture atlas. Considering, okay. Okay, alright, no, that's, I don't know, okay. Oh gosh. Oh damn, alright. So let me just make sure to tell it that this is a geotexture and this is a custom vector of struct character info containing all the characters and their xy offsets and width and heights. So let me just fix my freaking speakers. Alright. Alright, so now we've given that info, what else do I want to let it know? Alright, we'll give it this. You're absolutely right. If you have as a texture containing your glyph data, so you're actually completely wrong. You're completely wrong. Let me edit this. Image. So this is just an image. Okay, there you go. So you don't need to pass the outlet size explicitly as an uniform. Instead, the structure already contains all the necessary data for each glyph. Yeah, your mistake for over. Oh gosh, I love it when AI just completely does that. It just says, yeah, that's my mistake for overcomplicating it. Alright, let's see how it simplifies it then. You know, it's a good thing that I'm actually reading this and not somebody that just copy pastes it, because this is how you're meant to use AI for helping yourself. Anyway, let's see what it's actually doing now. And I'm wondering what it's actually passing in. So, glyph matrix. And then here it's passing the font atlas, so that's interesting. Okay. Alright, so what else are we doing here? So first we need to get a random value. It's doing it in here instead of making a random function, which, like, come on. And first off, second off, you're using a float for it here. Let me go over to triangle. Here there's a perfect little random function, which is pretty much the same thing it's doing. Where is it? This thing. Without a dot or whatever. But this is perfect. This thing here was perfect. I don't know. Why it had to do that. Other stuff. Anyway. So now texture size, glyph matrix 0. So we're getting the matrix size for the number of glyphs. We're multiplying the random value, which is, I'm guessing, between 1 and 0. Or 0 and 1. So we're multiplying, so we're getting either 1 index for this. I guess without -1 here for some reason. I guess we don't need it. I don't know. That is a little suspicious. I'll hopefully keep that in mind in case an issue comes, because we'll do this randomness a lot. So if something errors, hopefully we can see it. I mean, not sure how we would, but anyway. So after we get a glyph index, we get the glyph data, which is our size and position, and then obviously it uses that to Well, it uses that to get to the other things. All right. That doesn't make any sense to me. Still, but we can try this, obviously. The one thing that it's doing is it's using a projection matrix for this. I really don't want to pass any more uniforms here to it, but it's good to do this math on the GPU, and we're gonna have to do it one place or another. So let's, in that case, pass this that way. But before we do that, let's go ahead and pass all of this, right? And to do that, first I want to make the matrix shader available. So let's make the shader program, right? That's what I wanted to do in the first place. We are gonna go all the way up here to triangle, and I'm gonna just add matrix here. I'm gonna call this matrix shader. And we'll call this matrix shader. And now we can include this as a part of our matrix here. I think triangle just adds it here, yep. So we're gonna just do the same. No. Include matrix shader. And it's a little annoyed because maybe it's not recognized the file yet. No, it's recognized it now. Okay, let's go to matrix now, and we're gonna do program load shader, and we want to load matrix shader. Size of matrix shader. That's it. That's all we need to do. And then we need to do program use program. Alright, that's good. It is going to link it for us, so that's good. Nice. And now there's a few other things we want to do, like getting our uniform names, but for that we're going to need to, let's see. We have a few uniforms, but for now we're going to focus on the uniforms. Why is this a float? That is a very good question. We don't need this here. We are going to need it, but it's going to be a part of the fragment shader. And it's going to be like this. Okay. So, I'm gonna even call this font atlas. I swear, does ChatGPT not have any naming standards? Come on. We all know that we add uniform in front of our uniforms so that we know that they're uniforms. Just common sense. But yeah, anyway. Naming your uniforms with a U in front is just normal. Anyway, we are gonna get to that. What I want to do is our atlas buffer is something I need. So let's do, I want to move this, well, these are both together. So GLUN, and now we need to do this. I like to call it this way because this is the uniform ID of atlas buffer. Oops. Okay. So let's do. Are you seriously that laggy today? Why are you setting uniforms? Stop it. Let's do get uniform location for this. Put it into UR atlas buffer. There you go. And excuse me. Sorry. So, the atlas buffer, which is our offsets and all that, right? That's what we want to put into here. So, atlas buffer is something we're going to need to change every single time. Now here we want to do use program again, and we want to set the uniform. So GeoUniform, what exactly does it do for that one? Okay, so it's doing this here. Oh, it's creating a buffer for it. Okay. I guess I can work with that. We can work with that. Let's create a buffer for it. I need to specify a buffer though. Let's create a buffer then. But we have two buffers. Let's make two buffers. Okay. Well, now this is confusing, so let's get rid of this actually. And we just won't need to keep it because it's never gonna change. These are all never gonna change. Wait, hold on. I already I already have the texture created. Why are you making another texture? That is very... Okay, so ChatGPT is completely out of sync. Let me go into font CBB. Right, this is doing all the work here. It's generating, it's binding it. The only thing it's not doing is this GL text buffer. What is this function? We're about to find out. Okay. Well, it's taking too long to load. Let's load this one instead. There you go. Alright. Specifies a target operation and must be GL texture buffer. These are the parameters. Otherwise, this attaches the storage of a buffer object to an active buffer texture. So, if I'm understanding correctly, we're taking this one and we're attaching it to this texture. We can do that in here. So we can just return to GLUints, and that would work much better here. Okay, well now we need to change everything. Awesome. Let's do that real quick. So in our matrix H, in that case, we'll say that this is instead character offset buffer, or glyph matrix buffer. That also makes a nice name. In this case, we're pretty much doing this. So there you go. Alright, let's also make sure to name these here. So this, and then the glyph, what else was it? The glyph matrix buffer. And then we can just do autocomplete on this. Come on, seriously? Now you're catching up. Alright. Yeah, since we don't need to do this here now. But we are gonna need this here, so let's do GLU int for this one. Let's see now. So we're handling the program. Let's in fonts we need to now handle making the matrix buffer. So let's do matrix where what should I call it? Should I call it like a glyph buffer? I'm gonna call it a glyph buffer in our font file. So glyph buffer, there you go. We need gen buffers. So let's do that. Again, we need to geo check this. I did not just do that. Okay. So we need to just copy that. Alright. Oops. Alright, there you go. And next we just need to do that. We can also just do it this way. Oops. Alright. So the glyph offsets previously. Oh, sorry. Gosh, that's horrible. Oh, we also need to return these, by the way, correctly. Anyway. So this is the glyph info list. So we can just do that here. And that should work fine. Alright, let's see. We now have our two buffers, our texture buffer and our glyph buffer. And before we get to the end of it, we already binded it here. So before we unbind it, we need to do this. I'm going to say glyph buffer here. And there you go. And then we can pass texture and glyph buffer. Alright. So if I went right about this, okay, why did you give me this information? That's the info I gave you. Anyway, let's see what's going on in the matrix. So we need to now pass the data, right? I want to pass the data. It's not giving me that code. Yeah, that's great craftsmanship. Now, I believe we not only need to set the glyph buffers once, so the uniforms for the glyphs, we need to set them just once. We don't need to do anything else here. Oh, interesting. It gave me even comments. I hate the comments. And what is all this? Gosh, okay. So, bind the glyph matrix. Obviously. Okay. Hold on, my brain just stopped working for a moment. Texture unit. Sorry. Why are all these variable names so fucked up? Obviously, the texture locations are those, but well, this is texture. Wait, this is texture 1. This is texture 0, texture 1. But this is the glyph matrix. This is the font atlas. Why is the glyph matrix treated as a texture? That is very confusing. It's not a it's technically a buffer. Well, it's a texture buffer. Okay. Alright. Alright, I guess. Alright, fine. But for this to work, we're gonna need to do this every time, obviously. And for the program, we can only do that once. So we need to do this. And this is automatically working because everything is named correctly. Except this for some reason. What's going on here? I renamed it to texture. There we go. Okay. Now, obviously, we have not set these yet. Let's go ahead and handle that. So, we'll do... Yeah, we'll do that. There you go. Okay, we have an extra uniform to set. Atlas texture. 2, 1. Is it an atlas texture? Wait. Font atlas. I'm gonna say atlas texture. Just to keep things consistent with each other, so that's now consistent. Sure, make these constants. They're temporary variables, but whatever. We can even put these into here and make these one-liners. So there you go. That actually looks nicer somehow. Just by a little margin, you know, just a little margin. Anyway, let's add a comment here. Bind glyph buffer and texture. I have a feeling there's a little mistake here. So yeah, okay. I don't know how I made that mistake. Oh gosh, why is the naming here so confusing? Oh my goodness, how... You know, I can just give it all the code. Let me give it all the code. Or more importantly, let me give it I'm gonna just give it this file. We're gonna make sure to let it know of all the name changes because it is getting real confusing. Alright, so uniform names in use. Atlas buffer for the glyph matrix buffer for the font atlas texture. Texture bindings, glyph matrix buffer, this thing. It's correctly bound to textures over a font atlas buffer. Is correctly bound to texture 1. Alright, cool. We can use a projection. That's fine. Okay, let's do that. We should do that in our setup. Yes. So let's do that in our setup. Okay, what the hell is GLM though? Oh, it's a library. Interesting. It's a header only. Okay, well that's nice. How do I get it? It doesn't look like a header only. Okay. CMake. To be built together. Okay. Add CMake file. Fetch content. Interesting. Anyway. That's that. Okay, let's do that in our CMake real quick. So include fetch content, declare, there you go. And then it does GLM. Can I just do GLM? Yeah, that should work. Let's see what it's doing here. Oh, it's cloning it. Now it seems like quite a little bit of a overhead here, but if that's how they like to do it. They do seem to have pre-built libraries. They have a light version. Let me see what this light version includes. Gosh, my downloads folder is a mess. Right. Where was I? GLM. Oh, there it is. Okay. GLM has a bunch of header files. Oh, it's still a CMake thing. Okay. Okay, that's weird, but I'm gonna just do it this way. Oh gosh, okay. CMake deprecation warning. CMake minimum required. Oh, that's their issue. That's their CMake file. Well, that's funny. Anyway, I guess I can ignore that. Let's see if we now have access to GLM somehow. Why did I close it? After we included in CMake, okay, so it does not say anything else. That's it. That's all it says. Let's do what it says and just do GLM here. I don't really know what the difference is between these, but surely there are some difference, right? Okay, well this is taking its sweet time again. 4 seconds. I hate that it made it longer, but alright. I still cannot include it. Can I manually include it? Let's try GLM here. Oh, we do have GLM. Okay, GLM. Is that how you include it? GLM. Got it? Wait, let's see what ChatGPT gave me. Wait, what did it give me? Sorry, mate, what? Oh, that was before, okay. Wow. You never told me you need GLM. Oh, now I don't have orthographic here. Damn it. Okay, GLM. Oh, it has GLM static. I want GLM static. If possible. Oh, never mind, it doesn't have any of that shit. Copilot is making it up. Okay, well, I want to let it know that, this symbol is not recognized. Let's give it that info. It's possible that I'm just not including it in my CMake file or in my C file here. One of those. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, it's a little annoying that you have to include every single thing. That's the issue. But it doesn't. Oh, okay, never mind. I've made it work. Now, for screen size, we want to do R&D, options, was it? Options, width, and R&D, options, height. Oh, interesting. Inferred conflicting substitution. Float long. These are longs. That's an issue. Again, why is everything a separate include file? But whatever, fine. And we just need to cast these to a float here. A flout. That might be a good idea too. Now, wait, sorry, what? Inferred conflicting substitution parameters float long. I am confused. What is your issue? I did convert them. Okay. Well, now it's working, hopefully. Alright. One annoying amount of headbanging later. Alright, let's give it the projection matrix it so wants. What the fuck? Alright, projection. Oops, this is meant to be a mat 4. And we're passing it just once already here. So no need to worry about it. Alright, cool. What else? It's doing a base color. We are going to need to change the base color every single frame. So let's do GLUint UI base color. And that's because we're going to do here a variable for it, so UI base color is equal to program get uniform base color. That's great. Alright. We're also using time here, but I'm not gonna use time, I think. Perhaps I would tell it not to use time. Just, just maybe. I don't want to use time. Anyway, let's give it the color. We need to do a color. I don't have any GL checks. We gotta keep a standard if we're gonna have a standard. Alright. Now, we don't yet have the logic for the color, but what I will do is just give a color, like just a basic color. So for example, red, or we can give it a classic green matrix color. So let's do a geo check. Geo uniform 3F. It should be 3F because it's a color. Or it's a 4F if it's an alpha color. But it doesn't really matter. We can really just interchange this. What does ChatGPT use? It uses a vec3. So we can just pass something like this, for example. Does that work? Oh gosh, this is, oh no, wait. Let's do it this way. What? Geo unit? Geo. Okay, my bad. Wait, this is like a vec3, but it's 3F, never mind. It's still gonna be can I just do it this way? This work fine for you? I don't want to use this, what is it, GLM? Some keyboard ASMR today, huh? 3 hours, eh? 3 hours stream, nobody's watching. Alright, so yeah, okay, well structured. Well, I like well structured code. Unlike you. Okay. Yeah, you're not really responding to what I said, but okay. I mean, you are, but whatever. Oh wait, this is some old shit. Okay, never mind. This is what it said. Okay, that's more like it. Dynamically. We don't want it to be dynamic. Bond to the respective texture units. Okay. You did not say anything about GLM. You weren't minimizing, but is well suited for creating the projection matrix, not for reductions. Okay, that's good. But I'm not using it to fucking sum my color. That is just absurd as hell. Completely absurd. When we can just do it this way. Right, that's perfect. Anyway. What else? We have a lot of other things to destroy here. Let's do geo check, geo delete buffers. 1, and then do the glyph matrix buffer. Okay, that's good. Does Copilot think we need to delete anything else? I don't think so. Anyway, let's see now. So this is our rendering loop. So we're handling the program uniforms. We don't have our base color yet, but we can just add it here so that it's not gonna complain about it. Because if it does, then that's not nice. Okay. I still don't have anything else in here for the... I'm gonna return base color here, by the way. Is Copilot gonna catch up and do that for me here? Thank you. Alright, so now we need to make it so we can just pass in our vertex data. First, we need to set up our vertex data as information. So usually the way you do this, let me get over to triangle here because we are doing it in triangle CPP. You can see it here. Let's see, where is it? This stuff. And this is what we want to do for it. I basically want to do the same thing, but we don't have our vertex yet, or the vertex itself. The vertex buffer itself is going to be constantly changing. But I guess that's not a big deal, right? What we can say is just give it a fixed size, right? Right, that's good, right? You can just give it a fixed size. And I can just specify that in here. So let's do define. And I used to have a lot of options in the original, including how much to spawn. But in this case it's dynamic, so you can spawn as many as you want. But let's see here what the default amount is, or the fixed amount. So there it is, the fixed amount is 200. 2000. My bad. So 2000, and we're gonna define matrix what do I say here? Rain limit 2000. But for testing purposes, we're gonna keep this down to like 10, because we never know what's gonna happen, and we need to make sure that it's all good. So this is that. Let's go to well, let's actually copy pretty much all this code, because we really just want to do all of this here. And let's call this handle vertex buffer initialization. How did I mess that up? Copilot gave up. Okay. So let's give. I'm gonna just copy the same thing from triangle we have these two here. So let's do that in matrix H. I'm not initializing any of these, by the way, for some reason. Do you need to? Is that how you do it? I might as well. You know what? Hold on. Refactor time. There you go. That's nicer. Okay, so this is a null pointer. So there you go. I don't think the triangle does anything with it. Let me see. Where's my triangle? H. Did I close it again? Oh, it just... Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine too. There we go. Now, this is just so that the constructor, because if I get rid of this, it instantly says that not everything is initialized. So that is why we need to do that. But it's just like a warning, so we can get rid of it that way. Anyway, we're not going to copy any data to it, actually. Which actually is kind of making me think, right? We don't need to copy any data to it. And I'm wondering if we can just leave it blank and then copy data to it later, once we actually make the data. Or do we need to like copy just blank data over to it? I want to make a new... no. Okay, wow, why is this little text box so badly made? Let's open a new ChatGPT. And in particular, I want to know, because I do remember that you can leave a buffer blank, but can I just leave it like without any data? Yes, so let me just see if it has any extra lines of code we need to do. Oh, we just need to pass null. Okay, so null, and we do need to actually have, this is a null pointer. We do have to have a size, however, which makes sense. So that is what my concern was. We need to have a size for it predefined, obviously. So for that we can just say, you know, our matrix range limit times whatever the size of our thing is, right? Now that's going to be size of float times like 5, I think. If I'm not wrong, let me see here in our things. So we have actually we have a few floats. The position is going to be a vector, so that's 3 floats. 3 floats and 1 boolean, which is just 1 bit. It should be 1 bit. We can actually let me put this in brackets. Plus the size of size of boolean, and we need to make sure that this is a GL boolean and that this is a GL float, just to make sure that they're fine. And so let me do that. All right, cool. Okay, so this is correct, and I want to actually keep this, so we can call this something like stride and keep it here. So let's say int stride, and it's just a constant, which is the size of one item of our vertex buffer. So this is gonna be, there's gonna be three things, right? So this is going to be for the come on, damn it, say it. The color offset, right? The color offset needs to offset. So let's do. And now, thankfully, we don't need to get into the other one here. So let's do this. Let's do 2. This is going to be the second one. It's going to be again a size of 1, should be. But it's going to be a GL boolean. Okay. And we just do 3 of float because these combined are 3. Alright. So I should have done that correctly. I did it all without any AI because this is some simple bullshit. But we now have our vertex data if we were to, provide one position for each character. Now we need to create this, we need to create this buffer somehow. We need to fill it with actual data. And it's currently empty, right? But we do need to have, first off, the data stored in some sort of other buffer. Not a GL buffer. Obviously, the GL buffer lives on the GPU. So, okay, let's handle this. We can just say, go to the other JustRedTTG. I don't know if ChatGPT can keep a context that long, but let's see. All right. You didn't really have to give me the whole setup now, did you? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if it did anything else different. Not really. But it is calling this an unsigned byte instead of a boolean. And it's calling it true. Now, true, I think this is for anti-aliasing, or what is it? No, this is for normalize. Why is it true here, though? I don't know. I guess we'll set it to true. If ChatGPT noticed that as a thing, then maybe it has something to do. So here it's making a vector float. Sorry, what? You create a vector float vertices with 3 floats. And then you proceed to add a boolean, an unsigned char instead of a boolean. It's a fucking boolean. Get it right. And second off, why is it there's no way that 4 elements are gonna fit into 3 elements. Not to mention that these are floats. Why are you making them? Why are you? Alright. So listen to me, you're fucking this up completely, and I fucking hate this. So first off, alright, let's see if I can fix this up. And then they say AI will replace programmers. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Considering that it's barely able to write some decent OpenGL code here. Okay. Well, that's great. It just, okay, yeah, put the struct straight into the loop. Define it every single frame. Define that struct every single frame. Why the hell not? Of course you would not put this here. Not only that, but you would put in a header file. Not to mention that there is an issue here with this. Because it should not be making these characters every single frame. Really, we should be actually making these beforehand. And we should be we should be updating it directly. So yeah, that's just that's it. I mean, in terms of the current situation, we do want to just test if they'll be on screen. So we do want them to just be random, but you would put this in the setup function. And this is just completely wrong. Like, come on. I will copy this, but I'm not going to put it in my matrix, for goodness sake. This is going in my header file. But I do like it. That is more smart. Copilot is not Copilot. ChatGPT is trying to be smart. By being extra dumb. Yeah. Anyway. Besides the point, but this is a nice little test here. It's just really just randomizing this. And for this, you can just set it to 0, but it tried its best. And this is just a random between 2, so that makes sense. Alright. Cool. I will work with this. However, a few other things I want to note here. Definitely, well, let's put this here for now. But this thing here, this is what I want to keep inside my header file. So we'll make them random each time, but I want to keep this in my header file. And it's going to be a private variable. I wonder if we need to delete it afterwards, but maybe not. Okay. Then we just bind the vertex buffer We give it data. Okay, cool. Let's go here. Yeah. Size does not have. Oops. Well, it does not have a size, does it? Is it because you can just use this, perhaps, for the size, to be honest? It's still not giving any... It's still not recognizing these symbols at all. Despite the fact that... Okay, maybe I will put this on top. There you go. I will be nice to you. Oh, now it's gotten even worse. Can you at least show me the error on the... Where are the problems? There you go. There you go, alright. Left side of member. Access non-class type std vector. Cannot resolve symbol data. Vertexes. And here it is complaining that it cannot apply subscript. What? It's complaining that it... Wait, okay. Expected parameter declaration, okay. Can I just say vertexes? Does that fix it? Well, it's... no, it doesn't do anything. Okay. But why can I not do this? Okay, no, let me go in here. Let's go into here. Let's say... vertexes resize. Okay, that works. But it's still nope, it's not complaining anymore about it. I need to call size here. Alright, cool. Alright, now it's working. I just need to resize it, I guess. Since it's pretty much it's blank, so we can resize it nicely. Okay. Now, we should be getting something once we get the shader working. Let's see. It did give me some example of how to make the shader work, but what exactly is it doing for this shader? It's doing a bunch of nothing. I mean, I guess it is doing a little point on the screen, but okay, I guess. Fine, I'll include this as my code here. Does ChatGPT not know that you can do vec4, which would convert the vec2 to vec4? Anyway, let me build my CMake, because I need to do that every time when I'm changing my shaders. Let's run this. We should see random green dots everywhere. Well, I didn't change the fragment shader, so they're all gonna be base color. Oh, okay, never mind. We have some issues. Okay, well, let's go up and let's figure out what's wrong. Some of these are undeclared, so color offset is undeclared. and spark is undeclared. Why are they called like that? And where is that? Oh, it's looking for them here. Wait, what? Okay. Vertex shader input cannot have a type of boolean. Oh. Okay. It's complaining about the boolean first off. How do you have booleans and shaders then? No. I want to have GLSL boolean in vertex data. How to input is a vertex shader into the vertex shader. Okay. Why would you use a float? No. Let's just ask Copilot. Because the internet is failing me. Well, it says to use an int. Yeah, that's a great idea. You do know that ints are quite large. I love how we have these can be booleans, but the other thing cannot be a boolean. Alright. Okay. Fine then, this is an int, I guess. So I don't get why you are doing that as... damn it. I get what it's complaining about. These are outs for the fragment shader. Fine, we'll include these. And this is gonna have to be turned into boolean, which I guess we can say it's equal to 1. Okay, well now we need to change a few other things. So the vertex, this is gonna be an int. And well, that already seems to be fine with it, so we just need to say geo int here. And instead of boolean, where's it? Geo int. There you go. Okay, that's hopefully fine now. I need to do that first. Let's see if we did anything now. We should have something now. Let me close. I'm not gonna close it, but oh, never mind. We've got errors. And a legal type of varying variable. It's on line. Where is it? It's on this line basically. The reason it's on line 10 and it's on line 11 here is because of but why would it? Okay, let's say gosh, I'm getting tired. And I had a coffee this morning too. Oh, it's not happy with it either way. Well, that's interesting. Well, I guess we'll keep it then as an int, and then I will just go with it, I guess. In this case, we can include different types of sparkles. If I really wanted to, I can do that. That would be fun. Let's see. 3.5 hours. We got a roll today. But yeah, this is a lot of work. Great, alright, cool, yeah. We're still bugging. Oddly enough, we're not getting any other issues other than this one, so I'm guessing this one might be what's causing the issue. Let's see. It's complaining that it cannot put this as a texture. It's an invalid operation. All right, let's first of all send over the changes here. So let's tell it that we made some changes. And let's let it know that we have an invalid operation. I'm gonna just say, how the hell did I select that wrong? Okay. Let's give it that. I'm gonna go over to here. And so, yeah, I really don't know if this is a texture, but it's technically a texture buffer, so I'm inclined to believe it's correct. And I'm wondering if we are missing any geo checks anywhere else, because that might be what's causing the issue. Okay, well, where am I? Did you just seriously give me all the code out of nowhere? Anyway. Error. The error occurs because it's not expecting the operation you're trying to perform. Texture buffers. Texture buffer. You cannot use bind texture buffer for buffer that is meant to be a texture buffer. You know, you're very much what? I am so confused. What? To fix the error in bind as a texture code, you need to use the appropriate function for creating and binding a buffer? What? Okay, well, let me just give it what I have, which is the font CBB. Well, I do have geotext buffer. Oh gosh, here's where we're missing a geo check. Goodness me. Yeah. Not like anyone mentioned it. Right, so I may have completely, that's probably gonna trigger first, isn't it? No, it doesn't. This does not trigger it. Okay, I am going to just give it this. Let's give it this and let's see what it says. Let's see what its smart ass says. Yeah, we're using it wrong. Well, that's how you told me to use it, but whatever. But this is not required for the 2D texture endless part. It is the texture buffer binding operation. It should only be used for texture buffers, like using buffers as textures. However, you're already uploading the bitmap data to the 2D texture. So you don't need to. Well, they did that. What the hell was the point of it all then? Gosh, this is why you need to do your research. Texture binding. You're creating a texture buffer. I know, but for the 2D texture is the correct function for uploading the texture data, which I currently have specifying use for buffer textures. But this isn't what you need for your texture. Wait, this is what you told me I need. Anyway. Okay, so in that case, what do I need? It creates a glyph buffer, okay. Buffer data, textured buffer. What is a texture buffer in GL? GL texture buffer. When creating a regular texture, the user calls genTextures, binding the textures to an object of a particular type. Then calls one of the texture storage creation functions to create the storage for the data. Okay. What is a buffer texture? Wait, it says here is a one-dimensional texture whose storage comes from a buffer object. They are used to allow a shader to access a large table of memory that is managed by a buffer object. I don't know if that's what I need at all, actually. Yeah. Okay, so... Gosh, alright. I'm not sure what I want to do with it then. It says to just get rid of it. Oh well, we can get rid of it. Let's run it again, let's see what happens. Still errors. Let me go ahead and see. So, oh nice, it actually does include the changes. So remove text buffer for the 2D texture. Remove, okay. Buffer for character data. The buffer is now used for holding the character information. Like the offsets, well, that's what I wanted to do in the first place. Okay. We're still doing that here, are we? We just want this. So let's say texture buffer still. Geotime textures, geobind to buffer. And then we just copy the data over. It's a static buffer. Oh, by the way, one thing we need to note. This is not going to be a static one. It's going to be dynamic. Or a stream. One of those. So, stream draw, maybe. Yeah. And the other one is not gonna, well, it's gonna be included in the drawing process. I don't know. Let's see what else it does. Where am I? Okay. What happens in this version? Texture atlas, texture buffer. You still use a texture buffer. Let's start the character info, like position sizes, which will be bound later into the shader to access necessary data for rendering. No, I am still not uploaded. Okay. Now this fixes your issue with I'm still erroring. On GL glyph matrix buffer. When calling indicates, god damn it, stop scrolling. Indicates that the problem with binding of texture, this error typically arises due to possible reasons: binding to the wrong target, incorrect buffer creation, what are you doing here? Hold on. Hold on. It unbinds the texture, then it makes the glyph buffer. Then it makes the glyph matrix texture. Okay. No, I am still confused. Why are you doing all of this? Okay, but anyway, let's try this. I need to do this in the fonts, however. That's a little concerning, but okay. So instead of that, we're turning some other stuff, I guess. Go with matrix texture. Which is technically a texture buffer, right? Like containing all the positions and all that. Well, now hopefully this will work. Okay, that works actually, but we don't have anything on screen. Oh, that's a lovely start. We don't have anything on screen. Yeah, that's lovely. Definitely lovely. Great. There are several things that could be going wrong here. But one of them can be that our post-processing is failing us and is making the screen black because I cannot see any other errors. So let's go to main here and let's get rid of our post-processing. That should result in like at least seeing if it's a post-processing issue. It is a post-processing issue. Look at this. That actually looks sick as hell. Are you actually seeing this? Yo! We actually have something on screen. So this is actually looking pretty cool. Now we're not clearing the screen, so it's slowly filling up with little green dots. Soon to make the screen entirely green. But this is actual progress here. We now know that our shader is correctly placing these at least somewhere randomly on the screen, and that hopefully all the data is being passed properly. So yeah. Now the next step would be to actually draw at least a little quad to show where the character would be, and then we can start working on the fragment shader, which is just to put the texture on the quad. But looking at this, it looks pretty cool. It's making a little grass field here for me. Very nice. Anyone who wants can take a screenshot of this. But without further ado, that is awesome, but that means there's a problem with our post-processing. Remember that we have post-processing, and that's what's currently the issue, it seems. Now, these dots are pretty small, so let's try and make them a little bit bigger. Now, let's say 20. Why not? 20. And we're gonna compile this. And then the other thing I want to do is making sure that, well, first off, I want to actually run this in here. So let's do that. And I'm gonna say initialize vertices. And then let's also specify that we want more. So let's say 2000. Finally, let's run this, and we should hopefully see something. Note that I have enabled post-processing again. So if we still cannot see anything after this, let's keep note of when it's done compiling. If we still cannot see anything, then it's a post-processing bug. Oh, we can see things, and in fact we can see all our dots. They're no longer going to go all over the place because we're not randomizing them anymore. Alright, it's time to make quads. But let's upload this as our progress. I am just going to say that this is dots on screen. You can call them green dots on screen. Awesome. There should be actually 2,000 dots on screen. Well, no longer since we stopped it, but that is actually very cool. Alright, now that we have our dots on screen, let's actually make our quads so that we can put little characters on screen to make our matrix rain. We'll obviously make these dots move and stuff. Well, not our dots, our characters, but let's draw some characters first before we get them to move, because it's going to be harder to see how they look if they're moving all over the place. Alright, let's get to that. So alright. Now I say ratio of the glyph because I do want to, hold on, let me stop that. I do want to do times multiplied I simply do not want to deal with another uniform for now, so we're going to tell it to use a constant, but I do want it to know that I want to scale these characters. So I want to scale the characters on screen, the glyphs. Alright, let's see what it does now with this. You do know that we really need to do all of this in the shader. Okay. It did say that this is possible, and somebody else also told me it's possible, so we should be able to do this, I hope. I'm very curious how it works. Can we actually get a quad on just a shader? Well, hopefully. Okay. Interesting. Jill Verdict's ID. Do not tell me that it passes as a uniform. No, it didn't. Interesting. Where the hell is the constant? I'm not seeing it. Well, anyway, let's copy this for now. And go over it inside my editor so it's nice and colorful. This is what we had before. And this is what we have now. Okay, it's fetching the glyph data, the character info, the position, and the width and height. Like, literally, what? You say X and Y and then you say Y offset. Silly ChatGPT. Alright, we extract the character size with. Where is the X? You're not getting the X? You know, these are the positions inside of the oh gosh. Okay, this is wrong. Entirely wrong. Something is wrong, okay? Sorry. Okay. Wow. I don't know why you needed that clarification, but whatever. Alright. Well, I pretty much told it that it is going about it wrong. Alright, well, let's just copy this and let's take a look at it again in the editor. Why did you have to send it if you didn't make any changes? Also, I don't know. That is just no. Why are you multiplying it? It's meant to be an offset, not a not a scale. Oh gosh. Okay, well, oh, that's interesting. Well, that did not break anything, so I guess that's fine. Okay, character data. Texo fetch. Random index. I said a random character for each vertex for each fucking frame. Gosh damn it. Why are you so annoying, ChatGPT? Come on. And I swear, if you do not make the random... I did not make a random function. Oh, we did make a random function. Oh, goodness damn it. That is at least some level of glory there for me. Well, that is not the number of characters. I don't know where you got the idea from. But okay. Well, let's take a look at this now again. And until I've looked through it all, I'm not gonna accept this. So let's update this, and then we do need to include this function. Now, obviously, all random functions in the shaders are pseudo-random, because yeah. But anyway, again, this is not an IVEC4, it's a VEC4. Anyway, we're now having a random here thing. What? Is that seriously the random function? I just looked at the random function. That is just stupid as hell. Like, come on, really? In no 256 is not the amount of characters. I want you to pass that as a uniform, but for now, let's focus with 10 characters, or let's do 1 actually, because I really don't want to do more, so yes. Okay. Alright, so let's do, okay, so it gets the character info, it gets the glyph with the height, and the Y offset. Why are you not getting the X offset is my question. Why are you not getting the Y offset? Okay. you do need the X offset if you want to get the glyph from the glyph texture. Okay, anyway. It then proceeds to scale the glyph by getting its aspect ratio. Scaling it by a uniform. I told it not to use a uniform. But AI is just way over with it. Okay. Adding uniforms willy-nilly. You know how annoying it is to set up uniforms. Calculate the position of a quad vertices centered around the position. Oh, it's centered around it. That's cool. Alright. It creates quad positions instead of... okay, whatever. Then it's pretty much doing... like, this is okay. And then, yeah. And then we do this, I guess. So it's just passing for whatever the vertex ID is. So, yeah. And then, what else? Let's see. Pass attributes to vertex shader. This should be on top. Why are you putting it in the middle of nowhere? Or at the end. Calculate texture coordinates for each vertex quad. Coordinate X, coordinate Y, float X. Now it's using the X, which is the texture X. Okay. Set texture coordinate for the fragment shader. Alright, I'd like to know where the hell you're using this Y offset. In that case, I read through all of the code just to figure out what you're doing with this Y offset. It's not using it. It is literally not using it. What the hell? Okay. Well, for now, I shall test this. And let's see if it works. I have my doubts, honestly. Considering, okay, I forgot about the scale. That somebody decided to make a uniform when I said make it a fucking oh, we got so many errors. Oh gosh. Yeah, so first off, the text coordinate is not set. So we do need to out that. Let me actually, yeah, there we go. Okay. Thank you. That works. Now, anything else that I'm missing? Oh gosh, really? Okay, wait, what? Assuming texture. Why are you assuming it's known? Why are you assuming that it's known? And secondary of all, where are you getting it from? You know all of my code, you know there's no way I know this. Gosh damn it, you moron. Okay. Okay, what else? Second off, we have no idea what the fuck the texture width is. So, there is no way for me to know that. And for now, I don't really want to know their texture position, really. So in fact, I can just get rid of this for now, and that's really all I want to change here. And I think that should be good. So let's get rid of this. Let's just get rid of this because we don't need it. And there's probably still gonna be errors. Notably, there's a lot of errors, but let's see how far I've managed to fix it. I love how confident ChatGPT is to like, oh yeah, assuming this and that, and then assuming all the other shit. Oh, interesting, look at this. So we actually do have something on the screen. How this is interesting. I am so confused. There is no errors. I definitely did compile the shader. But we are only getting dots on the screen. I'm not going crazy, am I? Okay. Let's take a look at this again. Yeah, okay, so there's just dots on my screen. Beautiful. So either, okay, they do actually look like little squares, actually. So I have a feeling that we are not scaling our characters properly at all. And I actually need to change that. It's a shader thing. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how this goes. Because assuming it's just a scaling issue, we should see some less dotted screen now. Never mind, I guess. Everything still looks like a dot. That's great. Alright, awesome. Yeah, awesome. We're not setting the geo point size. If I set this to 50, what will happen? That is we're just experimenting, right? No harm in doing so. So what? It's all one big experiment at the end. Righteous. Okay, let's see. Yup, it's still dots. We were excited about dots before, we're no longer excited about the dots. That's programming for you. Okay, well, I guess we are gonna have to pass text coordinate at some point. Which means we might as well also, yeah, it's fine. We might as well also handle the vertex shader. Not the vertex, the fragment shader. Bro, the vertex, the fragment shader compared to the vertex shader is so simple. We really just need to handle the textures, right? So let's do that. Also, this is more. God damn it. This is actually correct. It's multiplying the glyph color, which would be white, I suppose, if my font loading function is working correctly. But anyway. Yeah, we should include these, probably. I hate these comments. We don't need comments for the fucking variables. I don't get why you need to add a comment on every line. Oh gosh. I wonder if we still don't have the texture width and height. Okay. What does it say about that? Okay, however, we can get the width and height of a character from the texture buffers data. Okay. How would you do that exactly? You're still assuming the size of it, you idiot. Okay. Alright. Okay, and now it's erroring. That's beautiful. That's because we still don't have our texture width and height. Use uninitialized, yeah, because we cannot set it. Gosh, damn it. Ah, damn it. Okay, damn it. What do you want me to do here? Of all the things I can do, I guess I can get the size of the texture and pass it in as uniforms. I can try that. That's the best thing I can do. So let's give it a vec4, not a vec4. I'm gonna give you a vec2. I'm gonna give it atlas texture size. And I'm gonna put this down here, why not? There you go. Atlas texture size, let's get, we need a freaking hell. So I need UI Atlas texture size. Okay, we actually only need to set it once. So let's go back to matrix. And I'm gonna do the same thing we're doing everywhere else, which is to just set this once. I'm gonna do it up here before this mess, so I can yeah. 2 ints. Well, it's gonna be 2 floats, so whatever. Anyway, this is going to be the texture size. Now, to get the texture size, we could, like, the best way to do this is to just get it from the function, which is this function, which would mean to, I guess, perhaps pass it as into the pair. So I'm gonna just do that. I'm gonna just pass it in here. Oh, we cannot have a pair that's bigger than this. Oh well. That's a bummer. Can we have a bigger pair then? We can just make a struct for the return type of this. Gosh, that means I need to say font atlas I need to go into fonts. I need to say font atlas. Then I need to specify this type, so struct font atlas. And this is gonna be GLUNT. First we have the texture, the glyph buffer, atlas width, Atlas heights. I guess they're UNs, whatever. Okay, now I'm pretty sure we can pass this like that, so that's fine. I wonder if we can still disassemble it afterwards. Looks like it. Let's keep this Atlas width here, Atlas height here, and then we can just pass it straight into here. Atlas width, Atlas height. So, as you can see, right, we'll pass it into the unit 4 as a vector 2. That's a float, so it does need to be a float. These are not floats, by the way. I probably should define them as such, or we can cast these as floats. So I'm considering whether or not to do that, or just have them as floats. But, yeah. We can just have them as floats. Because that's more easy than... Damn it. Come on. There you go. Okay. So, the width and the height. How are we gonna get the width and the height? Okay. We technically have this Atlas data, but we are keeping track of it here. Okay, so we just need to pass it over here. That's perfect. I mean, that makes sense. We do need to make we do need to make our texture the exact same size. Otherwise it wouldn't work. Now it's annoying, but these need to be floats, so let's make them into floats for OpenGL. Because yes. Okay, there you go. Now we have them in here. Well, we don't really, and these are already afloat, so no need to change them. And what the hell? This needs to be, so this is gonna be the width, this is gonna be the height for X and Y, obviously. Alright, well, let's see, make this. Gosh, if this works, I'm gonna blow myself up. No, but no jokes. That is just silly. Cause just, yeah. Okay. Alright, we are getting errors, so that's not good. We're only getting one shader compilation error. Interesting. Okay. If a fragment input is or contains an integer, then it must be qualified with flat. What are you talking about? Is it talking about this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's talking about this part. What is that supposed to mean? Oh yeah, I can just search that up. What? That has nothing to do with OpenGL. Okay. Wow, the internet is really not helping me today. Okay. Let's just ask Copilot then. Cool. Oh, it's just... Wait, what? They both have to be okay. So flat in, flat out. Interesting. Okay, let's see make this again. And now we hope that we get something. Hopefully. Hopefully we don't get errors. That's something we don't want to get. Oh, okay. Well, we're not getting errors, but we're not getting anything on screen. Well, that's progress. If not, I don't know. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. I kind of want to make a point here that we're not really, I don't know if we're really handling this whole character situation properly. I mean, we are loading the character. I'm wondering what this does, even. So I'm gonna research this a little more. How about it? We take a little look at what it's, oh, interesting. Okay, let's take a look at it. Alright. That's not what I wanted. I want this. Well, not that. I want... Well, that's what I want. Okay. Defined in... Yeah, okay. Load a glyph into glyph slot of a face object. Accessed by its character code. Okay. Information retrieval. Okay. Well, this is getting a little exhausting, but yeah. Let's see here. I'm going to pass font CPP in this case. And I want a clear explanation of what's going wrong here. Right, because if we're seeing a black screen, that there's a possibility that we're just seeing the characters are black and we're seeing a black on black, so it's not visible. I can change this to be white or just some other color, let's say blue. And let's see if that changes anything. Just real quick before I take action. So it doesn't seem to be the issue. Right, so the characters are not black. It's actually that they are just for some reason not visible at all. But that might be another issue of the way that we're handling them. So that's what I'm concerned about. Because here we're just doing a bitmap of them, but I don't know about that. I mean, all this code is loading successfully, by the way. We can debug it though. That's probably one important thing we can do. And I feel like that's what I should be doing. So let's see here. Before we check what Copilot says, I want to just debug it. Oh, we got a lot of watch here. Okay, so here are the characters. As you can see, it's on character, whatever the hell this character is. Yeah, okay. And what else? Let's see. Here's the bitmap object. Where's it? The bitmap object. And it's blank. Now you see, that is what the issue is. If I go to the next one, the next one, the next one, they're all blank. Okay, well, that's not good. Let's just mention that instead as a, since we've debugged it a little here. Okay. Oh gosh. I assure you we have error checking here, so there's no reason for you to say that it's not loaded correctly. It would have screamed at me that it's not loaded correctly. Not to mention that this would be null as well. But it is being loaded correctly. Okay, let's see. And this should also give an error if there's any error to it. There might be extra steps, and that's what I'm... I don't need additional checks. I have enough checks for this shit. Okay, alright. Oh, this is just stupid. We can try to make our characters more normal. However, I'm not sure how much that helps. Let's do this, I guess. Let's give it normal characters like A, B, C, D. And let's debug it again. Let's see if it'll actually render A, B, C, D here as characters. Because if it can do that, then there's something wrong with the rest of it. No. The bitmap is still blank. Completely blank. So, yeah. That's definitely not good. And I don't think it's realizing that that is always the case. That's not the issue. The error checking is not the issue. So something else is amiss. The bitmap is always empty, but due to the font size not being set correctly, or the grid not being rendered properly. Well, I don't know if we're ever setting the font size. We're not really. We should set the font size, technically speaking. Alright, let's take a look at this. We do have it as a little function, so let's run this. And we really only need to run it once, but excuse me. Anyway, let's go over to Matrix. Let's set the font size here. Okay, let's debug this now. Let's see if that's the issue. Oh gosh, we need to declare this. Not declare it, but define it. Wait, yeah, we do want to declare it. I keep making the mistake between those two words. We need to debug it though. Let's debug it. And let's take a look if bitmap is finally properly being initialized here. Okay, look at this. So it definitely looks like we have something now. So let's let it run. We have nothing on screen though. So that's a little disappointing, sadly, but at least we have some progress. Alright. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours, so I'm going to take a little break here for some water. Alrighties. So, now, where were we? We have the bitmaps actually working now, but something still concerns me is that it's obviously not working. Now, I want to do one thing, which is to make the background color again to be blue. So that's the first thing I want to try. Before we jump into the conclusion that they're black, although I suspect we should be setting their colors, so perhaps we should. Anyway, I completely got lost what I was doing, to be quite honest. Okay. So we set we did set all this, right? But We are still not getting anything on screen. So that's very weird. Despite, doing me doing all of this and all that. And I even changed my characters here to just a few A, B, C, D, which is, in all honesty, is better. So yeah. Anyway, I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now, and I'll look at this whole after the stream and see how I can get the letters rendering on screen. And I think I'll talk about the logic of the matrix array in itself in the next stream, which might be today, might be tomorrow, perhaps, we'll see. So yeah, anyway, to whoever's watching this in probably the future,